Oh, hi there. Saturday morning, and I'm going to try to play some shogi today. I see our cat Atari was sitting here, just sitting on this little rug by where my streaming setup is. And as soon as I started talking, she started walking away. Although not, no, now she's there. She knows I'm talking about her. So I left the door, like I usually close the door to keep it quiet, but I left the door so that she could leave. Anyway, I'm going to play some games today. I had thought that in preparation for a big day of over-the-board shogi tomorrow, I've got two shogi clubs tomorrow, East Bay Shogi Club and then San Francisco Shogi Club. I had thought that I would do some training today, you know, with slower time controls, just to get back into the swing of Yoyomi. But, you know, the siren song of Shogi Wars is calling, and I thought, you know what? I don't know if I'll be playing well. I don't know if I'm playing poorly, but I'm going to play a 10-minute game. If I win, I keep playing. I go for the rank. You know, I go for the rank up. I think I'm probably either a 2 or 3 win streak away from the rank up. All right, I'm going to open the door for her. She does want to go out now. That's my one and only hot take for the day. You know, I like any proper Silicon Valley software engineer. Oh, I've got to get the. Sorry about that. Just let her out. And so that's what I'm going to do. You know, I don't know what to expect. You know, maybe I'll play poorly, but I thought, you know, this is on my mind. I would like to eventually get that 2Q 10-minute rank up, and I'm really close. So I'm gonna try it, and if it doesn't work out, you know, I'll just go to Shogi Club 24 and continue with the plan for some slow games. So that's it. I've got Shogi Wars app up, or Shogi Wars web page, web app. Got quizzes. Let's do the quizzes while people roll into the channel. Hot day here in Northern California. Got the cooling unit on. Trying to blow at me, but it's not blowing anything right now. You know, as a everything, which is every single software engineer in painful memory. Oh, do I not have the sound? Okay. For heroes to do. Oh gosh, what is going on here? Let's get this. What is? Hold on. Last Shogi Friday ever. Yes. This really. I must have had something playing in the background. Okay. Sorry about that. Get this sound back on. All right, here we are. Okay, yeah, this one. Yeah, winning and winning versus. Oh. Huh. Maybe this is a different game. I thought this is the game. That I threw away by not just moving left. It was a 3-minute game, and I didn't have much time. Okay. Pulling the rook back and threatening the bishop seems like something I would do. But then again, I remember playing poorly in this game, so like a silvers next to each other seems like an ugly-ish position. So I probably did that. So I like this, just looking at it. Okay, seikai desu. Oof, that is a huge... Oh. I don't even see it in... You know, I didn't see it in the game. I didn't see it in the quiz. That the rook is hanging. Identify all kaku. Identify all hanging pieces. Think, you know, at 10-minute game, I'll have enough time. That's something I should go through that blunder check. You know, I talk about that blunder checklist. And that is one of the things, is can anything be captured? These tricky spots. These are those tricky spots that I always feel uncomfortable in when the bishop is eyeing this. I could take the pawn, which I think I did, or I can move the king over. Let's do that.
Ping pong.
Ping pong. Very ping pong. Interesting that it's not a pawn drop on the head. What would I do with a pawn drop on the head? Huh. That's why I fear these moves. I expect. I don't know if that's a. Oh man, what is the saying about seconds make you eat seconds? All right. Okay. Well, that's the end of those quizzes. Start the festivities. Start the games. Let the games begin. Bong, bong, bong. Okay, 10 minutes. Game start. Transition to scene. Okay, Sente. Urashino versus Urashino. One pay, they have one win versus me. This is an Urashino play. Do they do the pause? They do the pause. Okay, they did the pause. Now I'm doing the pause. Okay. Hi, Saga0444. Welcome to the channel. Moving at a pretty fast clip here. Hey, Gabrielle. Good to see you as well. All right. All right. If I come up, they can take. All right. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. I'll take. The bishop is hanging. I'm looking for hanging pieces, doing my blunder check. Okay. Okay. I can come up, we exchange. But if we exchange, my rook is hanging. Let's back up. I think I could have dropped a pawn. I think I could have dropped a pawn. What if? What if? Drop a pawn. Where's he gonna go? over there. Hey, Shogi Pound, great to see you. $734, so I haven't spent too much time more than the opponent. Okay. So I take. Let's see how he takes. Okay. Leave that there. If I drop a pawn here. No, then that blocks my bishop, where my bishop wants to go. Okay, so we'll check. We will check here. Woo. Take the knight. Take the knight. If he takes with the gold, I come up. If he takes with the king, I come up. Alright, let's threaten the lance. Let's threaten the lance. If he brings the silver up, I drop the pawn. Oh! If I take the silver, he takes with the rook. Wow. Otherwise, so he'll drop the pawn here to block it off. Silver comes up there. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I could use a rook. I could use a rook on this board. Do I have a gold? I do not. $513. If I drop the rook, he can drop the bishop here to sort of pin me in. All right, we'll get this back. Maybe I should have dropped a pawn. Maybe I should have dropped the pawn. Played this player before. The name sort of stuck out. I seem to remember thinking they were a good player, but I mean, play so many people, who knows? My mind could be playing tricks on me. Feels like a good game. Okay. So let's drop this. Moves over, we'll drop another one. Okay. Interesting, interesting. What are some of his threats? This bishop? No. No, no, no. Let's say they ignore. Let's say they ignore. What would I take? I think I come in. I think I take the knight. Drop the, I mean, a drop here, a bishop drop here might be interesting. I mean, I take it, and then what? I think I really want a bishop. Hey, Dream and Shogi. Maybe pawn drop 2-2 instead of retreating to silver. Pawn drop 2-2 here? I mean, I believe it or not, I did consider it, but I just didn't see any follow-up because you know, regardless of which piece takes, you know, it's sort of that square gets double defended, and I can't get my rook in. That was my reasoning or my rationale for not doing it. Then Tariq Fu. Oh yes, the double. Oh, we talk about this on stream so often. Opponent's spending a very long time on this. Because my rook is kind of buried over here. Obviously, I've got two rooks, but you know, this rook is kind of buried. But again, I think if I have a choice here, I think I take the knight. Then I could start bringing in my other pieces. Okay. What about this? What about this? Now it's trapped. Okay. Okay. He's still gonna lose this promoted silver. Unless I'm missing a tactic, which is 100% possible. Do I have a good knight drop right now? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, this one. This side. I'm gonna pretend like I saw that. I'm gonna pretend like I saw that. I am so blind to bishops. I am so blind to bishops. Man, It's not over. I mean, it's not over. I don't know who's winning, but now I'm not convinced that I'm winning. Whereas before I thought it was a cleanup job. Just a cleanup job. Don't hang your rook. You know, things like that. Don't hang your major pieces. Don't give them counterplay. You know, little things like that. Okay. What about a knight? What about a knight? Knight? Where's he going with this? It's... If I come over here, what's he gonna do? Sumero. Woo. Sumero. I don't have my rook over here anymore. Check. If I check here, he runs, and I kind of break it. Nihun. No, no, this silver, I cannot get rid of it. 138 to 112. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, son of a... Oh, son of a... Oh, I... Alright. 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 He got me. He got me good. He got me. He got me. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna keep playing. I said if I lose, I'd go slow. No. No. I'm not. I think I played a good game, and then instead of when they didn't resign when they should have, you know, I saw my precious, I grabbed my precious, and I just squeezed it so hard. Hey, Picross, you were afraid when I considered taking on 4-6 with the drop rook. Yeah. Yep. Silver drop 2-1 before Dragon 5-1. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. I'm so disappointed. I am honestly so disappointed in myself for not completing the game. You know, by the way, when I say, you know, the opponent should have resigned, I'm saying that sort of sarcastically. You know, like, you know, at this level, clearly you should not resign even when you're dead lost. And as an added benefit of the opponent not resigning, like, I got to learn more and improve more my end game and you know, figure out how to make these mates, because I need the practice. You know, how many have we already seen of these on stream where the opponent is dead lost? And I don't know. You know, obviously, I don't know if I was 100% victory there. I think I was, but you know, I need to prove it out. So when I say things like that, sometimes, especially if there's a smile on my face, you know, I'm kind of ribbing myself, you know, when I do that. So just to be clear, this opponent was well within their rights to not resign. So just so things are not taken later out of context or something like that. So yeah, it's even when you see someone's face as they're talking, it's always hard to know exactly, like, are they joking? Are they being serious? You know, that kind of thing. And if I am saying something about the opponent that is bad, I am making fun of myself, really. And maybe I shouldn't do it that way, because, you know, in my mind, I know I am in on the joke, you know, because I'm telling the joke, so I'm in on it. But everyone else is not necessarily in on it. So that's something I'll try to watch. But like, if I say, oh, this is a dirty, like, not this guy, you know, obviously, but, you know, if I say, oh, this is a dirty flagger, I'm making fun of myself for being so slow. Like, and I am in full acknowledgement of the fact that if I have an opportunity to dirty flag, I am dirty flagging every time. So when I say that, you know, it is in jest, mostly a joke on myself. But anyway, with all that out of the way, let's look at that position. That was a fun game. It is a darn shame that I didn't win that game, because that would have propelled me with a lot of confidence. You know, because this is a player I've lost to. This is a player I respect, and I pretty much crushed him. And then they started flailing, and you know, just as he should. Like I think that might even be step one in Koshiro's list that he had made that one time. Like, when you're down, you know you're down, make threats on their major pieces, and that's exactly what this player did. They made a threat on my major piece, even though for all I know I still had Sumero. Made a threat on my major piece. My mind was in a state thinking, like, there is nothing this player can do right now. So I didn't even look for it. And they did it. Hey, Magic Based, just started Shogi Wars. What's the easiest way to get the games into Elite Shogi? Okay, there is a site, Shogi Extend. So let's see. I will copy the link in. This is here. This is the site. There's the I'll paste this in. This is the link to my games. So you would replace oh hi there in the, you know, the query equals oh hi there. You would replace this with your Shogi Wars username. And then if you look at this, let me switch my scene. Oh, it's chopped off. Let me switch my scene to another scene. Okay, here we go. Well, anyway, yeah. So this second button, this second button here for each game, the second button, if you read Japanese, you'll see it says copy. This button, like these buttons, this will copy the kifu to your clipboard, and then you could just import. So let's say, this is let's reload mine here. This is the first game. So I'm going to copy this. You won't see it because it's the top line and it looks like it's cut off by my video. But I'm going to press that second button, copy. It says kopimashita. And then you go into Lee Shogi, import game, and paste. That's it. Really easy, really easy. And I'll start my study with this. Saturday Morning Shogi. I'll just name it Saturday Morning Shogi. (07-20), and there it is. Okay, so and that's it. Hope that helps. Shogi Extend is a great resource. I don't believe they're affiliated in any way with Shogi Wars. I don't believe, but I don't know. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get back to my layout, my Shogi Wars layout. All right, so there we are. Oh, and yes, I Dream of Shogi's Way is also more than acceptable. You just have to go into each game through the UI. So that's the way. Like say Shogi Extend goes away. That's the tried and true way to get it. Also, if you play 10 games, if you play more than 10 games, this is based, I believe, on how the Shogi Extend scrapes the Shogi Wars screens. If you play more than 11 games in a session, or more than 10 games, so let's say you got all day to play Shogi, you sit down, you reload you got Shogi Extend, and then you play 15 games. Let's say you play 15 games. You go to Shogi Extend and reload the page to see the list. You are only going to get the last 10 because it scrapes I think it scrapes the first page of of pages in that HTML that Shogi Wars emits in their app. So either if you know you're going to play a lot of games like I do on stream, you can go in at every few games and manually reload the Shogi Extend page, or just download or install an extension that auto reloads that tab. So that's what I have. I have that Shogi Extend page when I'm streaming. I have that Shogi Extend page auto reload every 55 minutes or whatever. I might have bumped it down since I started playing 3-minute. I bumped it down to 45 minutes. So every 45 minutes, it's going to reload that page. And that reload is going to cause it to pull the Shogi Wars service, get the games, and then put it in the Extend database. So sorry for people who already know this stuff and get into the weeds a little there. But those are sort of things I wish I knew when I had started, because there were a lot of games that I missed being able to copy in from Shogi Extend. But if that does happen, then you can go and do this other way through the app, where you manually go to the second page and manually go into that DL Shogi or whatever it is. So anyway, let's look at that Silver Drop 2-1 before Dragon 5-1. Silver Drop 2-1. Is this worth it? Oh, 2-1. Oh, 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 oh. Con. Oops. Actually, is it that? Is it gosh, what would I do here? I mean, just staring at this without thinking too long. Oops. I think I'd do this. But that's not an end either. It's the main the main move of regret. The main move of regret. Well, ignoring me grabbing my precious victory here and squeezing it so tight that I didn't even I didn't save my rook. My major move of regret in this game, I think, is that I didn't drop this. So I think I wanted this. I mean, not here. I guess, yeah. What would they have done? Actually, this is a good question here. Should I just play it? Like, should I just play it super safe? Should I just play it super safe? They've got no pieces now. They've got no pieces. Let's say comes back, and or maybe they'd come back here like they did in the game. I'd drop the knight, then they would come over here, and then I'd make my way up, like I did in the game, just like I did in the game without a rook. Hey, Todovsky, great to see you. Yeah, that rook being loose. So this is the thing. Even going into the stream, I said I am going to go through my blunder check, which is that I think there was a Lee Chess blog about it and then a video. But basically, one of those things is to ask yourself after this move. Can any pieces be captured? Or can any pieces be captured? I was talking about it during the game, but then once I perceived my victory in hand, I just went straight through. But anyway, boy, It was good. It was a good game. I'm mostly pleased with it. This, like I said, I think this is a strong player that I've played before, and I think I had a very, very good, if not just outright winning position, and a clear plan of attack. But I rushed it. As I have done in the past, and as I am sure I will do in the future. So anyway, even though I lost my first game, I am not going to go to Shogi Club 24 yet, because that was a satisfying game. Let's do this. So maybe I won't rank up now. Now I've got to win like 4 in a row instead of 2 or 3. Thank you. I will take the luck. Oh, I see that you asked, isn't gold 5-1 Tsume? Oh, I didn't notice that when I saw it. Oh, shoot. Oh, I wish we could have looked. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Opponent is 1 winning. Okay. What do I want to do? What do I want to do now? I'm not necessarily sure of how to proceed against the opposing rook with Urashino. It's an interesting idea that I would like to consider. We've talked about this the last time someone played this against Urashino, against me as I was playing Urashino. We've seen this before too. This must be a move. This must be a move. There must be a meaning to this move. There must be a meaning to it. Other than just they're trying to flag me with 9 minutes left to go. I should have pushed this pawn first. I should have pushed pawn c5 first. So I'm looking to, I think I'm looking to make this, I think I want to make this, get this is gold to 5-8. Am I too far advanced to swing back over? Do this. Let's try. He's got, what does he have? He has, if I push up here, he takes, I take, he's got double the fun over there. Okay. This player feels, I feel the confidence coming through the stream, or through the screen for this player. And I'm not loving it. Let's just say that. Yeah, so he wants that exchange. So I'm not going to bring my I don't have a good plan right now. I don't have a plan. I've got to babysit this. I sort of have to babysit this pawn with my rook, so I can't swing over. I don't have we don't have any pieces exchanged. We've got a couple pawns. I could. What if I double drop? I've got. So what are the weak squares? I mean, this seems like a weak square. I don't have anything to really drop there. What about a double pawn drop? Drop the pawn, takes. Drop the pawn, takes. Okay. Drop the pawn, or I take. He drops the pawn. I take. He takes with the bishop. I drop the lance here. He drops the lance. If I do this, if I do this, if I drop the lance, if I drop the lance, he comes over. I get the knight. There's a fork in play. He's got a pawn. He's got a pawn. He's got a pawn. Okay. If I come up, what if I come up? Pawn. Pawn. Takes. Lance. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's try that. Right, 605 to 713. Do I drop the lance or do I? Yeah, no. I take the pawn. Okay. What do I have? Okay. Now I've got. Oh boy! I did. I had this. Let's try to get our. Okay. Fair. If I drop this pawn, what if I drop this pawn? I mean, not drop this pawn. When I bring this pawn up, he pushes the pawn. I come up. So push. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Good job. Good job. Might have been a mistake on my part. Might have been a mistake. Okay. Let's get this piece active. I have a pawn. I can drop a pawn. He takes. Then I come over here, but then he can move back. Can I drop this? What if I drop the lance? What if I drop the lance? No, no, let's keep that lance. All right, let's get this piece, or let's force it over. Okay. This is very slow. This is very slow. Sanpun. Oh shoot! Shoot! Well, how can I get some activity? Probably not good. Probably not good. $523, $237. Hey, Skykeeper. Great to see you. This is a second good game today. This is a second good one, I think. I like what I did in the opening / middle game. Okay. Let's Tataki no hoop. You don't know what to do. Okay. Okay, let's get this over. What can I do? What can I do? Taki no hoop. Okay, push that. Okay, so what else do I have? Got this gold. 2 minutes. So we're sort of in 3-minute shogi time. What has he got? What has he got? He comes up here. If he comes to 5-3, what do I do? Take? Oh gosh. What is that? What is that threatening? I don't see it. Do I take this first? Let's take this. Let's take this. My pieces are so just crowded. got a gold. So he uses it here, he can't use it here. But he can exchange and then get the gold drop. Then I run, and I'm still alright. I think I'm still alright. 139. I have 139. I have a lance. My bishop is... My horse is nothing. You know, my pieces are not nicely coordinated, but this rook can start coming in once I get this. Yeah, once I take, then I could get my rook in. Potentially. I don't think they have enough. Let's see. Okay, so he's got that. Then he drops the gold, and then he runs over. Okay. He's got the gold fork. Yes, 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 yes. Very nice. Okay. He's got no pawns to drop here. But I don't have any diagonal pieces. Okay. What does he have? He has a diagonal. Let's do this. He does have a knight. He does have a knight. Okay. Shoot. I think that's going to be it. That is going to be it. Let's try. Let's do our best. Let's do our best. Whew. Good players in the middle of the night. Good players in the middle of the night for Japan. I actually was worried about this. I'm like, all right, if I'm thinking I'm looking to rank up, I probably shouldn't play early morning my time. But you know, this is worth it. These are good games. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. So hopefully he starts trying to get into flag mode. He might be going into flag mode, which would make it difficult. Okay, so that's going to be it. That will be it. I think. Should I have just taken the knight? Should I have just taken the knight? Well, I have this option next. Silver, take. No, that's not going to do it. Take. I get the pawn. He has a silver here. Get the bishop up. Oh no, the bishop is the lance protects the bishop. If he gives me a move, what am I doing? Okay, that's gonna be end game for him. 43 seconds. All right, let's go in. I don't think there's anything there. Yeah. Good game. Good game. Man. Man. Good games. Good games. Definitely disappointed, especially now that I have just sort of obliterated my rating with this overrated 3Q. So, you know, I want to be the best 3Q on Shogi Wars. I think this is the best 3Q on Shogi Wars. They knew from the beginning exactly what to do, it seemed like, and then tripped up on the edge. And I think I got that nice advantage. And maybe it wasn't that big of an advantage. It sure felt like it was. I just ended up being slow. I ended up with a very slow attack. I wonder if that was due to me moving my rook to the 5th file rather than moving it to the edge. If I didn't hang my gold, none of this would have happened. You think? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So this is 2 games in a row where I've basically done that, where I thought, okay, attack time. It's attack time. It's hammer time. It's attack time. It doesn't matter what the opponent's going to do. I've got an advantage. It doesn't matter what the opponent does. I'm going to win. Nope. Okay. Good games. Very, very, very good game. 83%! Oh boy! Not ranking up today. Goodness gracious. Shogi Wars. A little love for someone who praises you so often. Just a little. I just want a little bit of consideration. I just want a little. Come on. let me update my win-loss. The site is trying. They're trying. They're failing. Oof. Oh man. Maybe I'm not playing that well. I don't think so. I think I'm playing. For me, I think I'm playing all right. But maybe what that means is that what I think of as my all right is 3Q Shogi Wars. All right, let's do another. If I lose three, then I know that this time of day, I can't do it. I can't cut it. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Okay, all right, so we got the 3rd file. I'm Gote though, so this is 3 winning, and I'm going to be potentially 3 losing. Oh, what the? Okay, so it's one of these players. I'll just say it's one of these. Maybe I should just come up and take the free pawn. My attacking ideas are pretty decent, but I hung a gold last game and a rook. Yes, that's the thing. I mean, this is something that I haven't seen Alexei in feels like months. But that's one of the things that he had said. And it's something, I sure talk about it enough, not hanging pieces, but like, I just do. If it was my move now, what's the move? Pawn, or I just bring in the silver, I guess. Let's get this in. Oh, so now he's got the block. Well, yeah. Feels heavy. I could bring my bishop up. I don't want to block the rook. Brings the knight in, sort of with a tempo, but oh. This is a major threat. Okay, it's fair. Do I bring a pawn in? Do I play it safe? No, I don't need to play it safe because I still have this lance threat. I could drop a pawn here. Drop a pawn. I don't think I want to give another lance. Let's come up here. Let's try to take this piece. Are they gonna move the king over? Yeah, okay. I just saw it. I just saw it. I can drop the lance. What is going to happen? I'm going to besides lose this game. What can I do? Drop the lance. He takes on this side. Drop the lance, he brings the silver here. I take. No, because it's still... Okay. Take the silver. If I take the silver... Take the silver, he takes... Oh boy, that's not what I expected. $5.26. Okay, so what if I do a pawn drop? If I do a pawn drop, he takes. He's got enough pieces to... Okay. Oof. Okay.
5分
So knight, knight takes. Bishop, silver. How fancy do we want to get? Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. My mind is fried from this. These weird games sort of fry me. If he moves to the back rank, then I just take the gold. Take gold. Well, we can do this. I have time. I should calculate. Silver, take. Can I drop the bishop here? Can I drop the bishop? Drop the bishop. He takes. I take. He runs. Let's. Can I fork this piece away? Yes, I can. Probably terrible. But. Oh gosh. Oh good. That's nice. But I think I want a knight. I take no. He's got a silver. What can I do? Yeah, I can surround. I can't check, so let's do this. Drops a lance. Am I gonna lose this?
2分30秒
What is the meaning of that? Gold takes. Wait. Gold takes. Bishop. He runs. Bishop.
2分
He comes down. Pawn. And that's mate. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if he can do it. Let's see if I've read it. Although he can run. He can't. No, and then I come over this way. Although he can take with the rook. Okay, maybe I didn't see it all. Okay. Yeah, the rook take is the key. What can I do? What is there a
1分30秒
oof, rook here? No. Okay. Let's take this. Does he have mate? He doesn't have mate. He doesn't have mate. Pawn push or gold here. And then I push the pawn, maybe. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice.
$1分
Take. Knight. Let's do that. He's got to take. So now
30秒
which way?
20秒
Okay. 20 seconds. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. You know, silver drop. As soon as I get a pawn, a piece, if he drops that gold. Yes, I get silver here on I don't know what it is. Let's just say it's 2-5. Oh, son of a... Oh god, I just didn't see it.
10秒
He got me. He got me. Come on, pawn. Come on, Shogi Wars. All right. Good dirty flag.
時間切れ
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. All right. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it after misreading that rook. Just I had talked about it earlier. Silver on edge. I'm sure there were. I was with 20 seconds left. I was panicked. Why did it? What? All right. I'm gonna leave Shogi Wars for now. I'm gonna leave for now. I'll go to Shogi Club 24. Shogi Club 24 is not immune from those types of games, though, either. Sorry, I'm in my own mind trying to wonder why a player would play like that. Like maybe they were on tilt from their previous games, so they started just throwing away stuff. And then they're on tilt, so they're like, okay, well, I'm just going to try to annoy this player and maybe dirty flag them. I'm just trying to understand the mindset, and that's a stupid thing to do. It doesn't matter what their mindset was. It's my job to mate them. It's their job to annoy me. It's my job to mate them. We're going to another. We're just going to bleed away all this Shogi Wars rating. Because it doesn't matter. It truly does not matter. Oh, I didn't update my rate, my... Hey, that guy Cam91, it has not been going well. I mean, this week was a great week of Shogi. Today has not been. You know, I started out pretty positive on the day of looking forward to this. Played 2 good games, managed to kind of throw away, I think, very nice advantages. Then this third game was just sort of... The third game, I probably had mate on the board like 7 different times and in 7 different ways. But maybe that means I'm just... Torizashi! That's what we want. Oh, I should have switched to Takudomi Rei today. If I wanted the rank up, when you want the rank up, you go with Rei. Yeah. Well, you would think that guy. That's we talk about those kind of mistakes on stream a lot, where it's like some of those that you lose when you lose. You know, it's they set in more, but I lose like that every day, multiple times a day, and it still hasn't set in. It's still, you know, I'm still, and I still can't deal with the people who I perceive to be sort of wasting time. Like that opening in the previous game, where they're just kind of like throwing away pieces, and I've got to somehow be able to tighten that up. This is a fun one. This is a fun, aggressive 4th file rook game. Sort of climbing with tempo. Wow. All right. I think... Oh, I gave this. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's fine. I would have given that anyway. So I'm okay with this. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Okay. He's got a silver. Can I possibly he'll drop it on, he won't drop it on the head. Do I take the lance? He's gonna get the pawn drop here. Let's get this. Let's try to make room for this. Okay. 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 That's nice. That's nice. Didn't see that. I've any way I can threaten. Gosh, I spend so much time. I'm such a time waster. Is this even worth taking anymore? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Did they crack? Did they crack? That's the question. Did they crack? I've got to speed up. Fork incoming. Yodori no cape. He's gonna have it soon. Okay. So he'll have the fork. He's got the knight. I take and it's coming with tempo. Hold on.
5分
Got no pawns. He doesn't have mate. Take. He drops a silver. There's still no threat. Okay. I feel like I got outplayed there. I feel like I got outplayed in the opening. by a substantial margin. Hey, Dr. Lennon, great to see you. I mean, I've been there. I understand. I think I understand how it can happen, but it seems pretty rare. I'm just updating my scores. It seems rare to me when the opponent gets ahead, and then they sort of crack, like I crack sometimes, many times. You're still moping from last night's loss, the 81 Dojo game. I don't know if you saw the opening of this. I made Torizashi. So, you know, talking about that game that we were reviewing last night, where you didn't make Torizashi. So it's always, you know, it's always the incentive for me on Shogi Wars, you know, to bring the king over, because I know there's a chance I'm going to get that Torizashi badge. I love it. I love how she says it. I love the art of it. Oh, you missed the rook takes gold threat. Where is that? I guess we won't be able to see it from the. I was looking in the move, you know, the kifu. I wasn't. Like getting some shaking in the house. I don't. It was a different shake than an earthquake. So it was like some big truck maybe bounced on the road. Oh, that recapture on 3-7. Or was it here? Wait. Oh, here. Okay. This, I guess this, yeah. Like I think this has to be responded to. I think. Like not Sumero, but pretty darn close. So the question is, though, you know, I was assuming this. You know, I'm not. With 4 minutes to go, there is a take. You know, there is a take, which eliminates the fork threat and gets a piece. But I wasn't sure if maybe like, and then do we, you know, walk this? You know, because I've got a lot of pieces, but I don't have a knight. Surely silver drops 6-3, you say? Oh yeah, that looks good too. Yeah, that look. Yeah, they have nothing. They have nothing really to draw. You know, they. I think I just take. You know, the threat doesn't go away. So I'm just, yeah. Yeah. What? How did I get in so much trouble though? where did the catastrophe happen? Did I pushed the pawn? Is this safe? Against fourth file rook. I'm always a little thrown off. It's funny because against fourth file rook, which, as Ursha, against fourth file rook. Excuse me. I have had games that I come out of them feeling like I understand everything about shogi. Like I feel like I'm seeing the Matrix. And then, because everything I did worked. And I think, okay, I finally cracked the code. And then sort of games like this happened that proceed along the same basic lines. And I end up like, I don't know anything. Yeah. Well, once they had the third file open, and I continually missed that. Well, continually, at least 2 moves in a row. I missed it, even though I thought it on the previous move. I'm like, okay, the opponent can move third, and then when the action came to block it, I don't even know if I could have blocked it. That's so I wonder, like, by opening this third file, did I accelerate? Did I give them strength? Because this pawn push is protected. And I don't necessarily need to go back. I don't think their attempt to exchange pieces hurts me that much. This is wide open. This is relatively open. So I thought, I'll make my attack. I especially made this pawn push because they could not come to 5-5 to threaten my rook. And then I don't think I even thought most about this. I'm just like, tempo. I get a free tempo. Tempo go brrr, and I just like blitz this out, thinking I got the free tempo to send this piece back here. That was what I thought. Takes this. And I think I got in a little bit of confusion mode. I take this. And then too late sort of realize that, all right, well, if once he takes, he has this. That this is now open. It takes. I can't drop the knight or the bishop here. I don't know if this is weird. I can drop a bishop here. You're protected by this bishop. So, the rook can take this pawn, but it's not going anywhere. And then once they take this pawn, then I take the silver. Bishop 2-2. So what I was afraid of with Bishop 2-2 is what I was afraid of with Bishop 2-2. First I thought, okay, they could drop a silver, and I'd have to take with the pawn, and then I guess it promotes, so they can't come over. So that was one thing. I did think that, okay, I dropped that, and this is open, and like this isn't a true skewer because this piece is already, this piece can already be captured by the pawn. I do promote. I do. Oh. Not only that, but now it eyes this square. Oh, so I think this is a key portion of that. All right. All right. I bet that is going to be the best move. That bishop drop 2-2. Yeah, the bishop doesn't. The horse doesn't only protect. He also attack. I don't know if you were here during our meme discussion or our Gen Alpha discussion, Dr. Lennon, the other day. Yeah, this is why I was so concerned about Rook 3-4, because I thought, all right, this is not only coming in and promoting, it's coming in promoting with tempo on the Rook. Fun position, fun games. All full except for the third game. Except for the third game. These have all been really fun. And I tell myself that I will, playing these sorts of games will help me improve. I tell myself this, but it's getting harder and harder. It's getting harder and harder to say these things with a straight face, because I just don't know if I am improving at this point. I guess there are peaks and valleys. There are peaks and valleys, and there are long plateaus, and it hasn't been that long, but it feels like I'm so low level that the plateaus should not be so long, and it hasn't been long. Oh yeah, I'll go get the tea. Good idea. The tea. Yeah, tea does help, and I am out. So that's it. I'll take a quick break. I'll fill up some tea, and I'll bring it back just to show the one that I'm talking about from our local Japanese market. All right, be right back. Okay, back with the green tea. This is the official green tea beverage of the Shogi Dad channel. This is I'm trying to find the front. I don't know what the front, and I don't know how it's going to come in on the stream. So this is the green tea at our local Japanese supermarket. It used to be called Marukai. I don't know if that's like a nationwide Japanese supermarket brand or if that's just a local place. They used to be called Marukai, and I think it just got renamed to like Tokyo Station or something like that. But this how big is this? 2000 ml? 2000 ml. So that's 2 liters. This is 2 liters, and at our place it's $2.49. Just as a comparison, Ito N of the same size is like $6 at this particular supermarket. So this is both like less expensive than almost any other drink. Like in this area, like you can almost not even buy water like for this price. So it's relatively reasonably priced. Still a lot, but it's relatively reasonably priced, and I love it. That's the thing, is that I think I actually like this more than Ito N. Maybe about I don't know. It's hard to say, but like I really like this. There's also an oolong of this that we have, and it's very good. So I'm glad we found it. I wish I could read the brand. It might just be like generic. I don't know. Yeah, I wish I could read this. Yeah, okay, so it is made in Germany. I know the language so badly that I wasn't okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm not even sure if it's Japanese, but it is. But I like it. The family likes it. It's good. All right. Back to 80%. So I'm down 10% on the day. 10% on the day. 2 good losses, 1 crushing soul loss, and then a win. I'll just say it's a win. Now matching. Okay, Gote again. Kitanu. I've not played this player, but it seems like one that I've played. Okay, another 4th pile. Interesting. I've got to get my king over. Oh, it doesn't give me the Toritashi. I wish I knew the exact. So this is very familiar to these are the types of 4th pile rook players we seem to get where they're just not even looking at the other side of the board. They're just making their castle. They make Mino, and then a lot of times they'll just go into high Mino. And so it's my job. Yeah. So that looks like that's what they're doing. The question, though, now I think is what do I want to do with this silver? And I've got to get it out. I also have the option. Yeah, let's get the silver up. I think I can play this a little more slowly. Make my semi-castle, and then. Okay. So this is a little flimsy, I think, right here. Let's leave this diagonal open. All right, let's leave this pawn here. Okay. If I come up. Come up, he takes. I come up. Where are they going with that? All right. I'll play it a little slower. Free silver. I mean, I've given up my silver for this attack, but... Wow! What? Definitely confused. If it's my turn, this is a free gold. Okay. So I can drop the knight. Drop the knight. Drop the knight here. Drop the knight here. Drop the knight here. What do they do? Yeah, I am a huge coffee drinker. Yeah, coffee is my thing. Coffee is definitely my thing. But since playing shogi and being cold, being warm here in the summer, trying to play on stream, I need this cold tea. Hi. No cheap viewers. Thank you, though. Thank you. Welcome to the channel.
7分
I'll take. Okay. If I drop a silver here, takes. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so we do this. How can I get this going? I have this bishop ready to go. I have a silver that I can just sort of threaten him with. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. I don't want to just block all my rook. Kind of want to get this. I don't want to block my bishop, but if I take and then he takes, I can take again with tempo. All right, take. Okay.
5分
I don't have a knight. But, you know, I do have this bishop coming into 5-7 or 5-3. Okay. Oh, okay, so they're watching that. I can just let's convert. Let's take the pieces. Take the pieces while we can. How long have I been streaming? It's already almost 2 o'clock. Oh. Okay. I mean, I could use a knight. So he comes up, and that targets my rook. That's a. I mean, there's a trap there. So he comes up, and then what is the next threat? A gold drop? No, he can't, because I'll just take. Can I ignore it? So if I drop my knight, or do I bring my bishop out? Do I bring my bishop out, which pins it? He takes, I take. Let's do it. Let's do it. Wait, no. Yes. Sanpun. The T brand. I don't know if it shows. This is it. So I don't actually know what that brand is. Okay. Do I have mate?
2分30秒
2分30秒. If I do this, he takes the gold. If I take here, then I've got the bishop. He runs. Knight comes forward. Gold.
2分
Oh wait. Okay. Knight here. Knight, silver, to block him back this way, gold. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, but he's got this, he's guarding.
秒
So what about silver? He comes over. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, what about silver here? Silver takes. And then I'll have a gold, the pawn, and then gold. Or 17 they have. Okay, there it is.
30秒
Arigatou gozaimashita. The pause though, so I started saying arigatou gozaimashita, and the pause was still, it still hadn't kicked in, and I'm like, oh god. On the ariga, on the ga, I think that's when the boom came. So I was malding, just to use another term of the youths. I was malding. I dream of Shogi. Boy, this has been a tough one. I am struggling to convert. I am struggling to convert. Good play by my opponent in keeping it active. Although I think you know, not to overly praise, I think those moves were the only ones to make. But Lichess does that sometimes too. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? All right. Wait, let me see here. Let me check this chat. Oh god, transport's confidence in me dropping as the stream went down. Good to see you, Dr. Lennon. You know, great to see you. I'll see you again in the future. Thanks again. Good luck finding the green tea. Enjoy your Urashino and Torizashi games yourself. You're kicking off an hour over the table tournament this evening. Oh, awesome. Tomorrow is a big over the board day for me. Tomorrow I have 2 shogi clubs, no tournaments, but sort of the East Bay Shogi Club in the morning, and then which is what I play every week, and really look forward to it. And then after that, we have the San Francisco Shogi Club, which is a once a month we meet in Japantown in San Francisco, and there's just killers there. They're just this year's and last year's United States champion are usually there. The two founders of this club are strong players, and there's just a lot of strong players. It's 4 hours. It's an hour. It's 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and it's rough. It's rough. It's rough to get into San Francisco. It's rough to drive through San Francisco, and then it's rough to play these games against these super strong players. But I'm going to do my best, and that's why I thought I needed to stream some games today, just to get in shape, just to keep it going. I don't want to have a day. I don't want to have a day without playing, especially before one of these sort of big over the board days. That guy, is this the tournament in France? I know there are some European tournaments coming up. I mean, obviously there's the world, the WSC, ESC. Oh, you're in South Africa, and you've got a tournament. Awesome. Oh, play at a bar. Oh, that sounds so awesome. I am so jealous whenever I see people playing chess at a bar. I'm not a big drinker. As I've said before, I've never been drunk or anything like that. And I had my first beer like when I was in my 20s. So I'm not a drinker. But now like I will enjoy a good beer. Like I do like the taste of like. I don't know. Maybe beer snobs are gonna ridicule me, but like an IPA or I don't know. I don't know the lingo. There's some places around here that have some really good stuff. But anyway, I hope you have a great time. That sounds like a blast. Torizashi all the way. Torizashi might be my favorite Shogi Wars batch. I love the position because I love playing Urashino against Furibisha. I guess technically I'm not playing Urashino against Furibisha. I'm playing Torizashi against it. But I love that. And in the animation, the guy sitting on the bird is just of the Shogi Wars badges, there's a lot of great stuff. But I think this is the peak of the peak. It's the best of the best. Just to bring up an old martial arts movie series featuring Eric Roberts of all people. I used to play chess. Now getting your chess friends into shogi. That's I know the other club I play at is the Silicon Valley Shogi Club, and that is. The president of that club is a former, long time ago chess player. I think he said like a 1900-ish level chess player. And once he found shogi, he pretty much left chess and has been exclusive to shogi. And I think he's reached 3 or 4 dan on 81 Dojo. Very strong player. I think most people don't leave chess. Once they join shogi, they sort of add shogi to the chess, or maybe focus on shogi or whatever. Because chess is an amazing game. He's pretty old. He's pretty old. No, he's I think in high school he was like a 1900-ish level player. Is my understanding, and now he's I can't tell age, especially of men. I have struggled to sort of guess age. but I'm going to guess somewhere somewhere in the mid to late 20s, just based on things he's said. Yeah, fall in love with Shogi more each game I play. It is beautiful. Chess is beautiful too, but yeah, there's something great about. I mean, there's some. I almost can't. I feel like I can't praise Shogi without also saying, chess is also great. Just because they're both great games. Go is a great game. There's so many great games, but yeah, the more I play Shogi, the more I like it, and it's yeah. There's something special. There's something special to the game. There's there are pits of despair, when it comes to just not things not clicking or things just falling out of my head during a match situation. But it's amazing. What do I think about this? Chess is fast in the early games and slow in the late game. Shogi is slow in the early game but fast. I'm surprised I've never heard anyone put it that way, because that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's why chess might appeal to a lot of people more, is because in chess you always have a chance to make dynamic moves. In Shogi, you can sort of get ground down, sometimes, especially as a beginner. You're making slow moves, and I think comparable to the game of Go, you're making slow moves, and you don't really know why you're making those moves or if these moves are any good at all. And so it might be, at those early levels, a game that sort of induces a little bit of sort of confused frustration. Yeah, I know that's a thing for Go. I know that is absolutely a thing for Go. People talk, we've said before, people say about how Go is so easy, the rules are simple, you just play stones. I highly disagree with that. Like, I heavily disagree with that. Because I think Go is one of those games where, yeah, you can put a stone down, but from the beginning to the end, as a beginner or maybe even as an intermediate, you are just in a constant state of doubt, like of not knowing what you're doing. It's 120 moves, 100 or 120 moves, whatever the average is of placing stones. It's 120 stones you're placing, and none of them, except for maybe like the first move, you have any confidence in. And so yeah, Shogi I think is like that a lot in the opening too, or especially in the middle game. Because I think when you're playing Shogi, you eventually find sort of an opening that you gel with, and or not gel with, but you find an opening that you decide you're going to play, and you sort of just sort of fall into some reasonable lines of playing this opening. And then, shortly, 10 moves, 20 moves later, you're in the middle game. And that's where, like, pawns kind of become the big pieces that you start moving. And it's slow, but it's deceptively fast. It feels slow, but these pieces in combination with each other move really quickly up the board. They move quickly relative to how easy it is to kind of maneuver around to defend it. So it's a totally different game. The opening, I like that. So long story short, I like what you said. I do have Shogi, but I am not the, like, I'd be curious if someone like Muse would agree with that. I mentioned Muse because national master in chess, and a top amateur in the United States, a top Shogi amateur. I'll say in the United States. For all the world, I don't know. I don't know enough about the world, but we'll see at ISF. We'll see at ISF how our US people do. Very excited. I am so excited, and I'm not even playing in it. I'm so excited for that tournament. It's coming in November, I believe. So that guy Cam agrees too. Okay. I feel weird saying that guy Cam, because it's like that guy over there, that guy, you know, I'm like almost not even referring to you by a name. It's like, you know, that guy agrees. Todasi, you still haven't figured out how the stones move. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're making fun of me. Did I say the stones move? I don't know. How you place the stones. But Go people do talk about the movement of the stones, sort of the flow of the stones together. You know, it's like a, you know, the way it sort of grows organically. Or you can play Shogi openings like you. Oh, that's an opening. Well, when you get the badge, that's the thing. It's a great thing about Shogi Wars. You get the badge. You know you're doing something that has been done before and is believed for the most part to at least be worthy of a badge. It might be inappropriate for that situation, but you got a badge. Shogi is interesting because if you make a mistake in the end game, you might find yourself going back to the mid game and reevaluating the position. That's interesting. So you're saying that you might find that because of a decision that you made in the middle game, your attack might be too slow, or you might have an attacker on the wrong square. Muse is, if I am not mistaken, on 81 Dojo, I think he's 5 Dan. But I think on Shogi Wars, he is 4 Dan. Okay, top amateurs are 6 Dan plus. Oh, Shogi Wars, I see. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I shouldn't lump. I should not discount former Shurikai players. I think in my mind, I consider them sort of part of that pro scene, and that's probably incorrect. That's probably incorrect. Now I'm thinking about chess. So what do you know? Chess, in chess we have very very regimented title. There's an extensive title system, based on a kind of shared rating system that, for better or worse is pretty good. I'll just I don't have any way to really evaluate or compare it, and I am certainly not a rating system expert. But I think Elo/Glico2/ whatever. I don't quite know what FIDE is even using. It seems okay. It seems for the most part pretty accurate for what it's intending to do. There are a lot of there are I believe over 1,000 grandmasters in the world now, versus what, 150 male pros in shogi. Is that it? So it's sort of hard. Hajime Suzuki is, or Suzuki Hajime is, he is a top amateur, right? He has won WON, like major amateur titles. Okay, you say yes. Okay, he was the amateur Meijin. Incredible. It's funny because, he plays. And it's a role and it's a video and he's with a 7 Dan pro or whatever who competes for titles, but it's always weird to me to see. It feels to me because again I don't speak Japanese. It feels to me like Suzuki Hajime is playing the clown to Nakamura's sort of majesty. And it feels weird because I'm like, this guy is better. This person. If this person was a chess player, he'd be a grandmaster. It really he'd be a grandmaster and considered a professional. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. The roles and the relative roles, but. It's just his personality. Yeah. I mean, that must be, and you know, it works, and it's fun. I just wonder, I just wonder sometimes what it's like, you know, like because I don't read the chat. Like do people make fun of him, or like are people, you know? I thought of this was occasionally. Like keep in mind, nothing. You know, I am at a, you know, a stage in my life, and kind of, you know, an age where I cannot be insulted. You know, if someone makes fun of me, you know, especially, you know, the abuse I've taken as a kid and stuff like that. So if someone makes fun of me now, it rolls right. It does not matter to me in the slightest. And a lot of times, like, I think it's funny because, like, you know, I'll laugh at myself too. But some of my streams, some of my streams over this, you know, 6 or 7 months, you know, people start sort of making fun, almost like a little bit, not overboard, but people, just like I said earlier on in the channel, that sometimes if I am in any way sort of appearing to make fun of somebody or make fun of an opponent or something like that, I am making fun of myself is what it is, and I am being, you know, I'm in my head and probably on my face, I'm laughing, but people don't, you know, someone watching that doesn't necessarily understand that I am 100% joking and just, you know, sort of making fun of myself as part of it. So it's something that I think I need to watch out for. But anyway, so I was thinking, like, oh man, you know, if I keep streaming, and this is like an old thought. This isn't like some new thing that I've been thinking about. But, like, you know, if I keep, it was after one of these streams, I think, where I probably played really badly, and I was making fun of myself, and I think it encouraged other people to sort of make fun of me. And I thought, you know what? After the stream, like, if I don't actually get better, if I go on streaming for a couple years and I'm still, like, you know, 3Q or whatever I was at the time, you know, 3Q Shogi Wars, am I just going to be am I literally just going to be a clown on stream? Is like, will people just, like, will people only come to the channel to make fun of me? And I don't know. So I wonder, like, if Hajime is in that situation where it's like, he's an accomplished player, that if he was a, you know, in another game like chess, he is at a level where he would be a grandmaster. He would be a professional. You know, does he cry himself to sleep? You know, as the viewers sort of make fun of him. Let's see. So after you say, whereas you have the dilemma of being too good for the casual viewer, but too bad for a highly competitive. It's, you know, the shogi is it's tough to find. It's tough to find that niche. It's tough to find. You know, it really is. And you know, I don't. Gosh, you know, obviously I don't know what it is because I haven't cracked it. But you know, it's really tough. And I think the thing is that, you know, no one is going to appeal to everybody. No one is going to appeal to everybody in every category. You know, everyone's personalities are different, and it's just a fact, or it's just a. I'm going to switch the scene so at least we get, like, some text on the screen. It's sort of the shogi community is so small that, like, there's still those pockets where, you know, someone who is, I don't know, someone who might not like my streams is not gonna, you know, is part of this small, this community has those same pockets that, like, chess has, where chess, you know, like we've talked before, there's a Saga 0444. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Great to see you and meet you today. Thank you for the help. But, like, you know, chess has these spots, as we talked about. You know, there are people who like educational streams, So they might like John Bartholomew, or maybe Daniel Naroditsky. You know, they might like John Bartholomew, or maybe these people are younger, and so they identify more with Naroditsky, who is 10, 15 years younger than John Bartholomew, or probably around 10. So they might, but you know, they're both great educators. But then there are people who you know, there are pockets who like the educators, who still like educational content, but they want that soothing voice. So those people might like Eric Rosen, you know. So, and then there are those people who sort of, you know, they want some education, but they want sort of aggressive, sarcastic kind of DreamWorks cartoon style sarcasm, or sort of aggressiveness, and they might like Gotham chess. So you know, you have all these pockets you have all these pockets of personalities that make up a community, and when the community is large, that means that all these content people can still get their fill. You know, they can still have an audience. But in the shogi world, where that community is so small, you still have those pockets. So it's like any one streamer is going to get a tiny amount of the community, and that tiny amount is going to be a tiny amount. Like, yeah, it's weird. How did we get on this topic? Oh, about Hajime Suzuki. Yeah, maybe I should write a book on Urashino. Well, you know, so on my walk this morning, I was actually thinking, I was thinking about Chessable, because I was listening to a chess podcast, and you know, I thought that I'm listening to this podcast, and this person is talking about how the first 9 months of their chess career, they just played, and they didn't study any openings. They didn't use Chessable. For anyone who doesn't know, Chessable is an online chess service that basically has a lot of chess books codified into, you know, digital form, but it has it supports what is called, oh God, the main word is, oh my gosh, I can't, not incremental repetition. Oh my gosh, I am so mad at myself that I lost the word as I was saying it. I lost the word. It's structured repetition, spaced repetition. So basically, the idea is that, let's say you're studying an opening. The opening, this book, this Chessable course will have all these variations. So you play e4, the opponent plays d4. So this might be a course that's the e4 d4 beginner course, and basically you play through the line. So it'll say, okay, if you play e4, so you make the move e4, the course moves d4, and then the course will say, okay, you know, this is I don't know. I don't know what opening. Now make the move, and it's like, you know, this course is knight f3, and so, you know, you'll drag knight f3. If you don't make the right move, it tells you, no, you know, that's not the right move, and then you have to make it anyway. So that's how you learn this variation of knight of how to play, and then every hour or 2 hours you get a notification to do a repetition. So you're constantly repeating, and it'll start again. It'll ask you the same questions, and you start again, and you basically you repeat, and you learn. That bang was the thing. You learn your opening lines by rote. Well, I don't know if that's by rote, but you learn the opening lines by repeating them, constantly repeating them. I love this. I was a huge Chessable user. You know, Scandinavian, King's Indian, that kind of thing. So I've done those, and it works. It works. So I thought, you know, I have my opening lines. I have built this massive, engine tested, foundation. Satomi founded Central Rook repertoire that goes over almost all of the possibilities that a beginner is going to throw, or that an opponent online is going to throw at you. And I've got these lines. I've got them built. They are, they're engine tested at very high depths, and they're pretty exhaustive. And I thought, you know what, I've got this. I used to do it in Lee Shogi until Lee Shogi couldn't handle the size of my chapters, my kifus. And so I started doing it in Shogi Home, that application I showed the other day. And I thought, maybe I should make I know not for any sort of money, for me more than anyone, make a chessable for Shogi. And so long story short, you joke about maybe I should write a book on Urashino. I am thinking of maybe not writing a book, but like building vetted lines, engine vetted lines in conjunction with what I've learned from Urashino Ryu channel and all that kind of stuff, and then putting it, writing the shims, or writing the foundation for this shogi chessable type thing, and maybe people would get use out of it. I know I would, because I do review my opening lines quite a bit, not as much as I used to when I was a pure Central Rook player, just because I wanted to make sure that I was sticking to my lines and not missing ideas that I hadn't thought about for a while. So anyway, it's on the project list. I'm just pouring some more of this tea. It's on the project list. I think Shogi would. I'm surprised. Maybe in Japan there is some software like this, because Chessable has been so popular over the past, I think, 3 to 4 years now. It has really grown. It is almost any new chess book is going to be in Chessable form, and more. So it's incredible. I love it. And every day I wish it existed for Shogi. So I think Shogi lines though are a little more murky. The Shogi openings are a little more murky, a little less concrete than chess lines. So I don't know how you would deal with it, other than saying, here is how I play Urashino. And where there is a difference between, say, an early pawns or an early silver 6-6 versus an early versus 4-6, like where there is a decision there. There's the engine doesn't care either way. Like some of these times, like the engine doesn't care either way which way you go. It's the same eval. And Urashino Ryu channel might do either one, on stream certain days, but I might say, these are some options, but here is the line we're going to study, and so you get into this familiar territory of the lines and positions that you'll see. I would think it would be incredible, and I don't think you need to be a great shogi player. Like, obviously, I am not. I'm not even a good shogi player, I guess, as far as, I don't know what would be considered good. Shodan Shogi Wars? 1Q Shogi Wars? But you don't need to be to make this. Like, the person who created Chessable, I believe, was not a great chess player. You see, help those shogi beginners get to 4Q. Yeah. It's the thing is, these are all these ideas. These will not make any money. Like, I think, people tried. Debusho has books on Amazon, and every book that Debusho releases, I buy, even though they're very small. I buy them to try to support the idea of people making shogi books, especially in English. Seigo Sato wrote some books for beginners. I still bought them even though they're below my level, just to support. I don't think they did well. I don't think they did well enough to keep him going. So, you know, I don't think I don't think there is money available in the Western Shogi world. I don't know what it would take to get there, but I don't think there is. So these things would have to be sort of labors of love, which are maybe how the great things start anyway. But anyway, Todowski, you say you saw an interview once where a pro game. I'm getting hovering over my chat, so sorry. I'm trying to read around these hovers. You saw an interview once where a pro game database was mentioned, if you remember correctly. You think databases are state of the art, and we strive that training software existed. You know, there is that Shogi DB2. Shogi DB2 has a lot of pro games. That is where Shogi-DB2, I think .com or whatever it is. That's where I got all my Central Rook lines. When I started on Central Rook, I pulled all those kifus from Shogi DB2. I didn't even know it was Satomi Kana. You know, I just pulled Central Rook Gokigen Nakabisha games, and so there were a lot of pro games, and you know, I came to know that it was Satomi because I noticed the name on all these. You know, the name on all these games was the same. You know, I don't read Japanese, but you know, I like a Neanderthal, I could tell that the pictures look the same, you know, in game after game after game. And so I looked it up and I see, oh, you know, it's the greatest female player who ever lived is a Central Rook player. So that got me so even more excited about the opening. And so that's how I built all my opening lines, is I start with Satomi games, and then as I've said a million times, you know, the pro game does not have much variety in it. So, you know, those are very few lines. So I've got her lines, and then I review my games where the opponent made a move that a pro has not made. So it's like, you know, basically, if the pro doesn't play Chosoku Gin, or if the amateur, you know, if my opponent doesn't play Chosoku Gin, you know, say they move a gold or they move something else, then I go to work. Then I get the engine going. I start, obviously the engine, especially early on, will often just try to make you move the rook back to static rook. But like, I'll make reasonable-ish moves, you know, reasonable-ish moves that I can understand, and that maintain engine, you know, sort of, they maintain engine quality, and go from there, and build these lines, and you know, to a pretty high, you know, to pretty high amount in the variation. But like, so like, let's say, you know, I've got a line, the person diverges from the pros at move 3. I'll augment these moves for maybe 2 or 3 moves ahead of what I think, okay, here's what the opponent did, here's what the engine said. And if I actually made that move in the game, I'll be like, oh, okay, so now what did the opponent do? You know, they do this move. And then, you know, we'll see, okay, the engine is telling me to do the move that I did. So I'll basically go 2 or 3 moves past where the opponent played, and I'll build that. And so the next time I get into this exact position with an amateur, I'll build out further along the line of, okay, another 3 moves. Okay, well, we played in lockstep, and then the opponent diverted here, and stuff like that. So it's incredibly time consuming, because some of these moves, like I've said, I let the engine run 10 to 20 minutes to get a super high depth, and because things like that do change. Not that it really matters for someone of my level, but like, I figure I might as well do it. If I'm going to do it, I might as well do it such that maybe this will be useful to me in the future. Whatever. Nishiyama. Yeah, Nishiyama's going for the title. Yeah, it's going to be tough. You know, this is back in those days. You know, I was Team Satomi. You know, Team Satomi is great. Team Nishiyama is the devil. You know, because she was the one that was. She took a title or 2 away from Satomi. So, you know, she was the enemy. She was absolutely, and she's, you know, a third file rook player. And she's She is literally the enemy because like that is who I play over the board the most is the third file rook players. So I cannot support this. And then the US Shogi Championship came along. You know, I met her and witnessed her games. You know, where especially that exhibition where she played the champion. This phenomenal game. So I'm a huge fan of hers from that, and I've got the Nishiyama calligraphy, that she did as my Group A prize, and then after the tournament, I see, oh my gosh, she's playing Central Rook, and then after the tournament, she beat Satomi, well now Fukuma. She beat Fukuma when Nishiyama played Central Rook against Fukuma, and so it's like, oh my gosh, now I am on team both of them. And sure, I think historically, and if you look at the numbers, Satomi is still probably the greatest alive. But if and when Nishiyama becomes a full on I don't know what you'd call it, open or male pro. I don't know what those are called. Just a full on pro. Then that argument starts happening. It's like, well, yeah, sure, Fukuma has 8,000 lifetime titles, and Nishiyama only has like 2,000 of these titles. But Nishiyama became a pro, and a full. I don't know what the word is. I don't know what you would call it. I don't know. Like, is there a term to call these pros? Like in chess, you would say this is open. This is the open category, or just that you would say grandmaster. Because a grandmaster has nothing to do with the male or female. You think 3-down is respectable for a Japanese? Oh, wait. Perhaps on leashogi.org/video could be a substitute. I wonder. So I'm an old. I'm not a boomer. I am not a boomer. I am younger than a boomer. But I mean, I think the youth will call anyone over 25 a boomer. So technically, I guess I am. But not technically, just sort of, you could call it that. But so I watch videos and I learn from videos. Obviously, like I talk up Koshiro's videos a lot, but I am not someone who, especially for openings, I think I need that spaced repetition. I need to make the moves to learn them. So I think leashogi.org/video might augment training. Like a lot of these Chessable courses, they also come with video components where someone will talk through all this stuff, and it's great. It's a great compliment. But I think I need to make, for openings anyway, I think I need to make the moves. Transport, you say that you think, okay, since back to the respectable or good discussion, 3-down is respectable for a Japanese person, maybe showdown for non-Japanese. I see. Man, it's crazy. Two-down is awfully good. In terms of chess, 1800 was respectable on Twitch until the PogChamp stuff blew up the category. Well, I think 1800 FIDE or USCF is still very respectable. I think 1800 is above what you would call good. I mean, personally, I think you could say 1500 or 1600 is good. 1600, not 1600 Lee chess. 1600 Lee chess is like 1200, USCF. The Lee chess ratings are incredibly overblown until like what, 2100, and then they get, like start evening out. It seems like. Chess.com ratings, I think, are more something someone can hang their hat on, but I think they also lag USCF a bit. Yeah, so the saying, don't meet your heroes, maybe the opposite is true for villains. Great observation. It was like, I can go on, and I have, on multiple streams now, just about how I'll tell the story again. Tell the story again, just because it excites me so much. Just the thought that semifinal game with Noah 0508 versus Tomita. So keep in mind, I had played Tomita in the first round of Group A. I played one of my best games. He beat me, of course. I played one of my best games. He's I'll just say, charming fellow, like a great guy, really nice guy. He was nice to me anyway. Maybe he's the world the biggest jerk. He was nice to me. Everything is in my own perspective. Really nice guy, incredible shogi player. I watched some of his other games. He's so good. So he is playing, my favorite player, the fellow Silicon Valley Shogi Club member, Noah 0508 in the semifinals of this tournament. And it's an incredible, just mind-blowing game for me. At my level, this is mind-blowing stuff that I'm witnessing over the board. And at some point in the game, Nishiyama, 3 crowns. She has 3 crowns. She's a living legend of shogi. Comes over to clean up some of the food and garbage at the tables. The pros were doing like custodial work in between commenting and doing not simuls. I don't know what you call them in chess, in shogi. Simuls, basically, teaching games. In between doing teaching games, Nishiyama and Yamaguchi Sensei were bringing snacks in. They were cleaning up the tables. Nishiyama was the scorekeeper for the children's tournament. Like all these weird little responsibilities, surreal. She came over to clean up the table. And I look over there, and I see her eye catches the board of this game that I'm watching. Her eye catches the board. She pauses. She starts looking at it like sort of intently, and then she goes away. Takes the stuff away, and I see that she's talking to someone. Like I don't know if it was the tournament organizer or someone. She starts talking to someone else. And the game goes on. The game's incredible. Bigger crowds are starting to come around to this table. I was prime on the side of. I had a prime location on the side of the board because I was watching it from the beginning. And she walks back after she's done talking. She walks back and starts like peeking. She starts peeking, and so I gesture over for her, like come on, come here and stand in front of me. And so she comes over and she's watching this incredible. Like she seemed engrossed in this game. And I'm just, standing over her shoulder, standing over the shoulder of a living legend, watching the greatest game of shogi that I've ever seen. And, the Tomita-san had a piece stand. His piece stand was literally overflowing with pieces at one point. He had so many pieces as Noah was making his attack. And it just back and forth. The dance of defensive, or the mix of defensive and offensive moves, it was like nothing I have seen before or since. It was incredible, and so I am now like, I'm not biggest fan. I'm sure there are bigger fans in the world, but like huge fan. And so when I had the opportunity to go pick a prize for Group A at the end, I don't read any of the kanji or anything like that. I asked what it was, and it's so this is Nishiyama. Nishiyama did this, so I grabbed that one as soon as I did. So huge fan, still a huge fan of Satomi Fukuma, but I think now head to head, I'm despite the fact that my repertoire is built on trying to beat Nishiyama. I think she's the one I'd be cheering for. Okay, so in Japanese it's Kishi versus Joryu Kishi. Okay. So she is going for Kishi. So if you say Kishi, it means she is. It is that open. Pro. Okay, excellent. Kishi. Wait, what is Kishidan? Oh, wait. Kishidan is the thing in Shogi Wars, like the club, right? Yeah, Arjuna Shogi, about the chessable like training. I mean, that would be a major feature. Like I think that would be. I mean, you'd have to seed it with content. You know, that's the only downside is that you would have to seed it somehow with content. You know, that chessable thing. The chessable thing is also great for doing chess problems. So mating problems. Like I have like 101 mating patterns you must know, or checkmate patterns, or what, I can't remember what it is. It's like made by, I can't remember who, but it's great in chessable because you get that repetition of doing the same problems. You know, something we've talked about with Koshiro, at least a couple times, of, you know, the value in repeating your Tsume work. You know, not just reading a book once, but doing it, I think he said yesterday, 7 times. On a Go podcast, there was just that Starpoint podcast that I listened to. There was just recently a discussion. Recently, when I listened to it, I think it was probably within the past month or two. There was sort of a debate between email readers, viewers of the show, where one person was saying Tsume Go, you know, the like life and death problems for Go, you know, similar to Tsume Shogi. They were saying, you know, I poo-poo these people, but like they're saying, you know, Tsume Go is not worth doing. You know, it's not worth doing. Basically, it's just memorization. And then another person is talking about, you know, the value of calculating. You know, that it helps your calculation, but it's also about memorization of patterns. So you have to do it over and over. And yeah. So anyway, the chessable approach is great for repeating things. Okay. You say, but as a man, Todovsky is an untitled nobody. No, he's not a nobody. He's a Shodan on Shogi Wars, which is a somebody to me. That is a somebody to me. Oh man. Even as a 1Q, Todovsky was a somebody to me. Oh man. So Kishi. Oh, Don is a team. Okay. So it's also like, it's like grade, but it's also a team. Rocketto Don, Team Rocket. Oh, I thought you were gonna say this is Rocketto Don. I thought you were gonna say that this is Rocket League team. I don't play Rocket League. Apparently, a lot of people seem to still. Oh man! All right. That's somehow we got into discussion today. I told myself that there wasn't going to be much discussion. Yeah. Man, I hope Nishiyama gets the Kishi. You know, I guess what do you call it? Would you say in English, you hope she passes the pro exam? Even though it's not really an exam, it's 5 games. Okay, so that is the lingo that you would use. Now, presumably, in these games, you know, not there's no criticism in what I'm saying right now. There's no criticism. There's no ulterior motive. There's no pointing out irony. There's none of that in what I'm about to say. So just heading this off at the pass. Is there anything in it other than just sort of personal pride for the 5 players that she has to play? Like, what is their motivation to beat her? Other than sort of personal pride. You know, it seems like these are games where there is a mismatch in motivation, potentially a mismatch in motivation. You know, it reminds me, maybe it's not a fair analogy, but it sort of reminds me of, if anyone is familiar with chess and what was sort of the shenanigans that were going on at the end of the year to get candidate spots, where Alireza Firouzja was playing, like, he was playing a bunch of sort of low-end grandmasters just to build up rating points so that he could qualify for the candidates. When is going to be the games? I think, my understanding is that they're coming over the next month. Yeah, I think she would be the first female, regular pro. My understanding is yes, that Satomi, tried and was close, but missed out on I guess. I guess she lost all 3, didn't she? Yeah, Kanto Dragon. I mean, that's the sort of logic that we're supposed to believe. I guess maybe I'm too old and cynical to believe that everyone sort of operates out of a purity of heart, like a purity of heart and a purity of mind. Like, and the thing is, even if you have the purest intentions, the fact is those games mean 100 times more to Nishiyama than they mean to these other players. Unless they're being sort of, I don't want to say compensated, because that usually implies money. But unless they have some other sort of motivation. But maybe, maybe. Yeah, Satomi went 0-3. That's why I was sad when I said it. Do professionals who lose games get black mark? I don't know. Like, would this be? These are rating games for them. I guess they're. But do pros demote? That's the thing. Do pros demote in their ranks? Like, I know they demote in the leagues, A League, B League, etc., etc. But like, what is? I'm just thinking of one of these. The way I've heard people talk about sort of the pros is that these guys have a lot of obligations and a lot of games to play. They have a lot of games to play for their there are 732 different shogi titles, and people are competing for a challenger spot in these titles. So people are playing those games, and then they have their regular sort of group games, A League, B League, C League type games, and then they have their other obligations like appearances and whatnot, and training. So it seems to me like this would be a major ordeal for one of these players. I would think this is just another game they're going to have to be forced to play. If that might not count all that much to them. Shorikai is grueling. Oh, and this is what I was sort of saying, or asking. You say Shorikai is grueling. Pros don't really like the idea of this exam in the first place. That's exactly what I'm sort of getting at. Is that like they have a grueling life, and now they have to play extra games. Like they might be, not like. Like one of these games where I get a bot here on Shogi Wars, and I kind of go off the rails. The ranks are essentially lifetime achievement awards. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it used to be in Go. When I knew more about this stuff. There is a site though, right? There's a site that sort of exposes the ELO. Or what would be the ELO. There's a website that does that, right? For the Kishi? Like something similar to like 2700chess.com. I thought there was. I thought I saw it where they show, with wins and losses, what the ELO, the relative standing of what the current players would be. Yeah, they independently track the results and calculate ELO. Do those calculations have any effect on the JSA, or is that purely for the fans? Like purely for the fans who are interested in this kind of stuff, like the statisticians among us. Okay. Yeah, it's a fascinating world, and I don't know much about it, but it seems like a very odd way. And there's nothing wrong with odd. I'm not using odd in a negative sense. It seems like it's a very odd way to make a professional. But I guess I'm thinking in terms of the grandmasters, but the reality is professional is like a professional in chess is still pretty much a loner, LONER, a lone wolf doing, in charge of their own career, versus a JSA professional, which is a member of the JSA with all the benefits and obligations contained within that. Okay, these guys, they'll mostly be fresh or low rank for Dawn. This event will be televised. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that's good justification. That's good justification. I mean, I still think Nishiyama probably wants to win these games more. Nishiyama wants to win these games more than anyone else. But yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, man. I'm excited. I am very excited for it. I will be as much as I will be able to. I will be following and watching those games, cheering along here from Northern California with my Nishiyama calligraphy, in tow. Yeah, Kanto. I expected the same. I'd expect the same there. Yeah, no one wants to be the person that let this happen. Kind of thing. I'm guessing. I don't. I'm not a member of the culture there, but that's my perspective is that maybe there's some of that, which is a good motivator. It is. Say what you will, but like that is something that would make someone play and try their best. And yeah, did Ito Shingo and Tetsuya Fujimori, did they qualify by this process? I thought there have been two like YouTubers who have become pro at an old age via a process like this. Is it them? Oh, they both qualified through 3-Dan League. Ah. It's not Nagase, is it? Because Nagase is like a top pro now, I thought. Urshino Ryu channel needs to get a chance. That's who I'm pulling for. I'm pulling for Nishiyama #1 right now. I don't think Satomi's going to do it again, so I'll leave her off the list. And then Urshino Ryu channel #2. Oh, Shogo Orita. Koyama is the most recent. Okay, but they're not YouTubers. Oh, I don't know where I heard that then. I must have misunderstood. Because I had thought that there was like they were very popular YouTubers that were very good, that had very popular YouTubers that had missed out in Shorikai, but have improved since becoming YouTubers, much like Hikaru Nakamura. Okay, so thinking of Shogo. Are both of those players relatively low level still though? I mean, to me they're gods, but I mean that's why I say relatively low level. Like they're not competing for titles or anything. Paga GM. Oh, he's Paga GM? That's Age Age? Wait, Age Age is a JSA a pro? Wait, Paga GM is Age Age, right? Because I am following Paga GM, however that's pronounced. He's like 9-Dan on Shogi Wars. He's not approachable enough for me. He's not approachable enough for me. I need Urashino Ryu channel. The way Urashino Ryu channel plays, for whatever reason, feels to me very approachable. The way that so that's amazing. Oh, so now I have a male pro to be a fan of. So now I am a big fan of 3 players. Okay, so Nishiyama, Satomi, and Shogo. Okay, Shogo Orita. Okay, because he, not that it's much. A lot of what I know about breaking Oniguma that I didn't learn from Koshiro is from Age. Is the Age video. So I am a huge fan. I like I say, I do watch the Paga GM's videos on YouTube. He's one of the few Japanese YouTubers that I subscribe to. But again, I don't find his games approachable. They're too difficult. I think they're just too difficult. It's like some like when Koshiro plays Side Pawn Picker or something like that. Those games for me are not as approachable. They're so tactics heavy that I feel sometimes like I enjoy watching them, but I don't learn as much from them. Paga GM has a few English? Oh, really? I haven't seen any of those. Oh, I'm gonna have to look. I hope it's easy to find. Stick Silver versus Mirror Rook. Hey, Elephant Heart Chess. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, Muranaka. Muranaka had English subtitles. I don't know if he still does, but he used to. Muranaka is another one of those players who doesn't play the things that I play. So, like, there were very, especially at the time when I was watching Muranaka, he had very few Central Rook videos. So I was not as into it. The games were rough. The games were rough. I don't even know. I don't know if I'm going to be playing anymore because it's already 1 o'clock. I can't. What has happened these past 3 days? These past 3 days, somehow there has been hours and hours of discussion. And like I said, I love every second of it. But like I don't know what has happened differently to make this come about. But the games they started rough. They started rough. Well, the first two games I think I played well. Got into good positions. The opponent played well, but I couldn't close or I have that inferior end game. And then the third game was a weird one where I think I just blew mate after mate after mate after mate and then timed out. And then some of the wins were okay. I think some of the wins were okay. So long story short, I came into the stream looking for some confidence for tomorrow, where I am playing a lot of over the board shogi across two shogi clubs, and I don't have that confidence. But I'm gonna hope that I have some takeaways. Oh, Muranaka got married. Okay. That explains it. Yes, I like Nakamura. I like his channel as well. But the thing I stopped watching his and Suzuki Hajime because they had too many to my tastes. This is not a judgment against them. This is not a judgment against their content. Just to my taste, it was too much gimmick stuff. There was not enough shogi and too much playing a game where all the pawns are tokens, or playing a game where one side only has golds and the other side only has silvers. Like the sort of weird games. I am not into that at all. I cannot be less enthusiastic about those types of things. Oh wow, Hajime got married too. Oh man. See, that's not a reason to stop. That's not a reason to stop. It's, you know, once he starts getting kids, that's a slight reason to stop. Or not to, it's a slight reason to slow down. It's not a reason to stop. Wait a minute. Wait. Hajime is not a full-time YouTuber? So I'm sort of interested now. I actually thought that was his job, that he is full-time shogi YouTuber slash shogi promoter, you know, slash shogi celebrity. So if Hajime can't make a living in Japan streaming shogi, then I'm not going to be able to make a living in Japan streaming shogi once I go over there. That's that. There go all my goals. Man. So this definitely changes my perception of their content, because I thought they were full-time. You know, obviously Nakamura is a JSA professional, but I thought Hajime, that was his job. So if he is not, then who is? Are there any full-time content creators for shogi in Japan? You people who make their living, make their living. You know, not like. Oh, coaching. That would make sense. Okay. Yeah, just like John Bartholomew. You know, John Bartholomew, you know, living up in Minnesota, international master in chess. He was a co-founder of Chessable. I don't know how much that got him, but he has made, you know, he makes courses. He coaches, you know, he teaches, he has students. And then he's also, you know, he makes, I don't know what he makes, but, you know, because he's not the highest he's not the highest volume YouTuber slash Twitch streamer, John Bartholomew. So I don't know how much of his income is from there. But there must be something. Interesting. Yeah. Like I don't know if Eric Rosen, I don't think Eric Rosen needs to coach at this point. I don't know if he ever did. I thought he did, but I don't know if he needs to anymore. Because he's probably making, you know, he's probably making a good living as a celebrity and YouTuber and other stuff. He's got 1 million subs at this point, right? I don't know any of the economics of YouTube. There's also some science channel where the guy doing it likes shogi. They had an episode where he played blind shogi with Tanio Fordan. They could each make the other guy solve integrals. And the pro got a mate in like 15. You know, the question came up a couple of streams ago of like, what makes someone smart? You know, what does smart mean? I don't have an answer to that, but it doesn't hurt. Something like that doesn't hurt. Being able to solve integrals while finding mate in 15s, while playing blindfold shogi, it doesn't hurt. It's a plus on the it's a plus on the side of the smart club. Yobinori Takumi. Disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm trying so hard to rank up to Shogi Wars 2Q. To 2Q, I'm trying so hard to rank up to. Trying and failing. Twice I've choked it. You know, twice I have choked away my promotion. And these guys are out there making science channels, solving integrals, finding mate in 15s. They can't even see the pieces on the board. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah. The writing a book about machine learning doesn't impress me as much. That doesn't impress me that much. But all the other stuff. Man. All right. What a. It's good. It's good. So anyway. I don't have. I'm gonna. No, I do have some more time. Yeah. See, it's 1 o'clock. I do want to play a little more. I do want to play at least one more game. So I am going to take a quick break, and then either we can keep talking if there are new discussion ideas coming, or I can try a game. So I'll be right back. Okay. This is the second stream in a row, and I've never done it before. This is stream 171, I believe, and this is the second in a row for the first time that I came into the computer, tried to unmute the mic by hitting the power button on the machine, hovering my finger over the power button on the machine because it's like a capacitive button on the mic. Let's okay, we got them. They have the advantage of being lots of resources in clubs. Yeah. The thing though, I feel like the only thing I have to blame, I only have myself to blame. You know, if I don't get to Showdown, the only thing I have to blame is myself. There are enough resources that are available to me that I should be able to, you know, to make use of. Play a game. Okay. What Manao told a story about Tanya that they were in the Shorkai together, and she saw him reading a book and thought it was some Tsume Shogi, like everyone else, but some Python book. Oh man! So I don't like this story. I don't like that. I don't like. I give the Lady Pros credit for sticking with it in what must be a sort of difficult situation. You know, it reminds me of the thing that Yamaguchi Sensei had said at the dinner on Saturday or Sunday. You know, after the tournament had concluded, and I think someone asked her, you know, about the thoughts on AI, and you know, this is months ago, so hopefully I'm still giving a clear enough, close enough approximation of what she said, that it's good because now they don't have to ask the male pros, you know, for help. which is sort of maybe a little more I would have expected a more, you know, I would have expected sort of a softer response rather than this just sort of blunt, direct, truthful response. So anyway, I found it interesting. Big fan of Yamaguchi Sensei. She's incredible. She is a great ambassador for the game. As I've said before, if you haven't seen her work, which is doing these simuls and bringing out the joy of shogi in every single player that she's playing with, you have to see it. If you have any chance in your life to witness this, to be a part of it, you've got to. And I say that as someone who has no interest in playing pros. I just, again, you know, it does nothing for me. The idea of playing a pro does nothing for me. Kondranai 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. You hit this follower goal of 210. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And I hope you like shogi. And I hope you like chat about shogi, because lately, the past 3 streams, there has been a lot of chat. There has been a lot of shogi, but there's been a lot of chat. More chat. All right, well, let's get in here. 2 and 3 on the day. I will match again. Switch the scene. Okay, Sente with the Halloween against the Halloween avatar. Okay, all right. I don't have a great sense of this opening line of how I want to handle it. I think I bring this Invincible Castle. Fair enough for someone with a Happy Halloween fairy avatar. Relatively new to playing shogi. How would I recommend somebody learn? Oh boy, that is a tough. Boy, I will let people in chat hopefully give better things. For me, I think. For me, especially when starting out, it's all about finding the fun in the game. So I would play. You have fun playing, because the game is a blast. It is such a fun game. But then I would say that augmenting that with puzzles, like the mating puzzles. You know, if you're familiar with chess, like sort of checkmate problems, where you learn to finish the game. This is something I'm terrible at, is finishing out games. And just, go from there. Have fun. Have fun having fun is really the key. And if you can, find an over-the-board club to play in, because I'm not sure what this means. This feels awfully rough for the opponent. But if you can find an over-the-board club, shogi is so fun, and people that play it are sort of, without fail, really kind and nice people. I'm coming up this way. If he drops a pawn, I'm not coming up, because then the king is protecting this square. Aiming at the rook. Can't just drop the pawn. What a strange opening. This is This is one of those games where I can't say I've ever played one like this before. I drop the pawn. If I drop the pawn, king takes. And now I get this with the check. Is there anything stronger? Like if I drop the pawn here, the king takes. Now I can't just come up here. And I don't think there's a silver. I don't think there's a good silver drop right now. The idea, I am also looking at this, but I don't think that's of bishop 1-3. So if bishop 1-3, I'm going to exchange and then redrop it back, or drop the silver. Drop the silver. Drop the silver. Haragin. Moves the gold over, then what? If he moves the gold over, then I just take. Well, no. Yeah. Wow. What if I drop the silver, the bishop here, drop the bishop, king takes, promote, let's come up here, let's come up here. So now the bishop is a threat. Still a threat. And it's a free rook now. Now that's a free rook. Woof. Okay. The opponent tried this in the last game. Do I have a mate? Do I have a mate or a Tumero? Take. Take. Take, take, here, and then gold. All right, there it is. Thank you for the game. All right, all right, all right. Whew. That was a... Okay, so that game is going to give me overconfidence for tomorrow, which is a good thing. Because I wasn't going to win tomorrow anyway. I'm not going to win against these killers tomorrow at the Shogi Club. So it's better that I go in brimming with confidence than it is that I go in there unconfident and just kind of just like, please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Oh, that one that felt great. That did feel good. That especially after giving up so many sort of what I thought were better positions. I mean, I think this opponent made some of my life a little easier on some of them. But let's see what people say. Back to that question of back to the question of what about learning. Become a streamer and get backseated. That's you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Like there's the lull next to that, but there's no joke. I mean, like that's when I started streaming in December, the goal, my goal, a couple of my goals were to find a love of online shogi, the same kind of love that I have for over-the-board shogi, to bring that to the online world. And as I've said before, mission accomplished on that one. And the other was, to get better at this game by playing more. Little did I know that, in streaming, there would be these incredible players, coming into the channel and providing advice and assistance and moral support and, the gentle ridicule when it's required, all this kind of stuff. And, it's hard to, it's impossible to say, but like, it's hard to, I can't even really speculate on, when I consider the fact that, jokes aside, I have improved in the past 7 months or whatever that I've been streaming. How much of that is attributed to simply playing more? How much of that is attributed to doing more Tsume Shogi, and Hishi problems on my own? How much of it is reviewing my games? How much of it is from what I have learned from people on the channel? It's hard to say, but I do not think, regardless, it is not insignificant, the amount that I've learned from people just out of the kindness of their hearts helping on this channel. And I have documented with these VODs exist, so I've documented evidence of things. For example, I don't want to name names because there are multiple people, but in this case, because we've talked about it recently, there are documented games where Koshiro has shown me a trick. We kind of joke and call them tricks. He showed me a technique or a tetsuji or an opening line or an opening idea that the very next day this gets put into practice for a victory. And still now, my biggest online win against that 2-dan verging on 3-dan on 81 Dojo, that is from 100% a mate that I would have never even considered had Koshiro not shown me this technique for breaking an Oniguma with a bishop in hand. And the elation that I felt from that win, just knowing like that sharing this win with Koshiro, it feels incredible. So anyway, yeah, if you like blabbing and if you like blabbing, streaming is good. Streaming is good. Todoski does not lie. And Transport says actually not wrong. Not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. Condra Knight too, you said you learned the rules and played your first few games and really enjoyed it much more than I did playing chess. Well, I will never badmouth chess. I love chess. I love chess. I'm not. I think I'm better at shogi than I am at chess. But but I am glad to hear that. You know, it's what made you try shogi? I'm curious, you know, because we have these kinds of discussions in the shogi community all the time, you know, about growing the community and, you know, trying to make the game more accessible and appealing to new people. I am curious why you even tried shogi. Was there a professional? Oh, I see Elephant Art watching professional Hidechi covering professional games. I'm going to show you disagrees. Professional have the place to start learning. That said, though, just to, you know, not to disagree or agree, you know, to be as wishy-washy as I can, because I love everyone on this channel. I have found that, you know, some of these watching some pro games, especially in chess, I don't learn anything from the games, or very little from the games, but I get excited by the games. And, you know, when I am excited and passionate about something, that's when I just start draining, you know, I start putting resources into learning, or you know, my mental effort goes into it. So I'm excited. So, you know, anything, I think, long story short, anything that makes someone love or get interested by the game will help them. You know, it might not be the most efficient path always, but I think, you know, there's a mix of things you've got to have. The Harvard community recommends reviewing pro games, but agree with Genie. Yeah, ironically, Adrian Shogi made that review, which I still have this tab open of the Watanabe Fuji game, and I want to watch it. Like as I've said, the pro game, you know, the Kishi game, you know, the non-Satomi, non-Nishiyama pro game, it doesn't interest me all that much. You know, I don't think it's. We could talk for another hour about this. This was, you know, as my mind is, when I'm taking a shower this morning and my mind is spinning away on just random thoughts. That's what I was thinking about, is why I don't care about the men's pro game. I could go for, I won't, but I could probably talk for a long time on that. But yeah. But anyway, it is sort of ironic that the person who is probably doing in the West right now, who is doing the best job of reviewing pro games, is saying not to review pro games. Well, he said not to do it as a new player. Yeah, just to be clear. Yeah, okay, and yeah, people saying a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's a bad way to learn in general, but definitely not the place if you're literally going to play 3 games. You think taking silver with silver was better than coming up with the rook? I had to come up with the. Well, I didn't have to, because take silver was coming with check. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. So, you know, this, as I have said or implied in the past, it's funny when I review these streams. There's, you know, I imagine this is the same. I imagine this is the same for every streamer or every sort of streamed set of games. But I only notice it now because I'm reviewing my games, and I'm reviewing so often. You know, I review every stream. I watch every stream. There are parts I skip because some of these streams are 6 or 7 hours, but you know, I review it, and the thing is, I don't think this is unique to me, but you can tell a story. There's a story to a set of games that are played in a single sitting. There is, like, these games are not played in isolation. So, you know, if you play a game, I guess just to use today's as an example, like, you'll, in that early game, the early game that I was crushing my opponent, just, you know, sort of like this, the game, I think maybe the engine would say, actually, you know, you there was this fork available, but anyway, in my mind, I was crushing, and then that bishop, took, I hung my rook. With a bishop move similar to what the opponent made today, and then the next game, I thought I was in a better position, and then I hung the gold. So, the story of the day is that I'm getting positions, and that I am getting overly aggressive to complete them, to finish them out, and I'm hanging pieces. So in this game, I saw, okay, there's a bishop drop. My rook it's targeting my rook. That is hanging. So, I may be overcompensated from the tragedies of the earlier games. I overcompensated by getting that rook the heck out of danger and, into the promotion zone. So that's my justification for it. And I do think it's interesting because I'm noticing this more and more, that like, if I start the stream in a rough state, you will see in the 7th game of the day or the 10th game of the day, you'll see this sort of timid, you'll see my play be more timid, or you'll see it be more, like, for lack of word, like beaten down, like emotionally beaten down. Like the fighting spirit will have kind of left my game if I've been crushed in particular ways. And I find this stuff fascinating. But anyway, I don't want to digress about that now. But that's the explanation for why I did it. So now let's look at it. Okay, got that. Got this. Okay, here. So if we consider this, if we consider taking, presumably this is the spot. If we consider taking the rook recapture, I mean the recapture with the gold. The recapture with the gold comes. I now have 2 pieces hanging. I now have. I guess let's get there. Although as I'm talking, my mind is spinning away, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you because I believe I will have a mate with the rook drop, because I have a rook in hand and a gold in hand. So I think I'm going to have a rook drop to win the game. But we'll play it through of what I saw. 2 pieces hanging. 2 pieces hanging is what I saw. So now, as I was talking, I see this. Basically the exact mate that I ended up with. Yeah. So that is so that's it. That's it. So you're, yeah. So my in just looking at this, I'm going to guess that you're right. I don't see a way out of that. Okay, so you say, I'm still scrolling through chat. I still haven't gone through everyone. It says, you say, in the end, it came down to the same thing. Nice win. So, okay. So the fact that you say it came down to the same thing, I think that's what, I think you saw that well ahead of when I saw it. And like I said, the story of today's stream is that I've been hanging pieces. Got to play Koshiro, 25 cents for each Koshiro trap victory. The great shame. So if and when Koshiro releases some for-pay content, your boy, just to use actually that's not young kids anymore. I'm trying to use this lingo of the youth. As we started 2 days ago, I've been trying to use the lingo of the youths. And I think when the youths refer to themselves, they say ya boy. They don't say I. They say ya boy. So I'm going to do that. Your boy is going to be buying anything that Koshiro releases in any language. In any language, I am going to be buying it. But yeah, I am still the tragedy of all this. The tragedy is that once I got a hold of the Koshiro face in the Shogi Wars style, like a Shogi Wars badge, I am just waiting to get one of these, to apply one of these tricks or one of these traps. so that I could make that my thumbnail for that day's video, for that day's stream. And it hasn't happened. I keep trying to bait the Koshiro trap against the third file rook players. No one is biting. It is literally infuriating that no one is falling for this trap anymore. It's hurting me. It is killing Shogi Dad. It is killing Shogi Dad because I want to use this image of Koshiro so much. I'm going to show you. That's essentially how you get better at shogi. You need to know a bunch of ideas and then figure out which is the best to go in for your current game. Isn't that a satisfying feeling? Learning a motif and then being able to employ it. Yeah. That is. They're really all these streams are so satisfying, but the ones where I take these ideas that someone taught me, huge. The U.S. Shogi Championship. I was playing prior to this Urshino experiment, exclusively a central rook player, except for Gote against third file rook, in which case I play opposing rook. Both lines, both strategies are coming from Satomi versus Nishiyama. But anyway, so we got that. I was, before that tournament, the week before the tournament, I was sort of, not frantic, but I was extremely nervous about how I deal with bogeying. With simple, primitive bogey, the climbing silver, the silver coming up the board, and people in the channel. I'll say some names. I hope I'm not forgetting. I hope I'm not. But there were three. It was Tori the Panda, who we haven't seen on this channel for a while. Tori the Panda, Killer Ducky, and Spinal Tap Chess. The three of them were sort of tag teaming this approach that I could use. Maybe not the most ideal approach, but an approach I could use, and ideas for dealing with third file, like some concepts of not letting the silver get to that fifth rank. These are ideas that I took into the U.S. Shogi Championship, and I played my best shogi that I've ever played. So it's like, that felt so good. It feels great to play well, but it feels even better to play well when you know you're doing it sort of like on the shoulders of giants, or with the assistance of people that you care about. It's just really cool. And it was also cool when I played Bano-san in the I played center rook, static rook, and he just sort of jammed the middle with generals, against he just jammed the 5-7 square with generals blocking everything I had to do. And after the game, but he did bring a silver up, and I started sort of defending against it. Instead of doing Chosoku-gin, which I knew is the correct approach, the highest scoring Joseki approach, Chosoku-gin, and it's something that I am familiar with. I still went into, just because I felt so comfortable with what I was, the ideas that I was given by the viewers in chat, that I went into this line. And when we reviewed the game after, he's like, "You should have done that." It's like, it was so cool. It was so cool to be playing with such a high level player that immediately knows the way I should play this opening versus the way I did play it. And I didn't give him the rationale. I wasn't like, "Yes, I know," and yada. But I just take the words, and graciously and thank him for it. But like, I didn't go into my justification for why I played the way I did. But it was so cool. It's so cool to play high level players that are so good that they know your opening better than you do. It's awesome. Anyway, I'm rambling so long. You're a fan of a lot of Japanese games, particularly Riichi Mahjong. Oh, another Mahjong person. Mahjong has taken the soul of Killer Ducky, who I just previously mentioned. Killer Ducky is great at every game I think every game he has ever played in his life, he is great at. He got to a great level in chess. I think Expert Plus. He got to a great level in shogi. He got to great level in mahjong or backgammon. I think he's a very high level in Mahjong. He has been streaming Mahjong Soul for, I mean, I want to say almost daily for a long time now. So many months. So, you know, I think he's great at Rocket League as well. So he's a great games player. It's like, I think, what is one of those New York chess people who they called like a great games player, like Asa Hoffman, or I don't remember the names, but there are some people that are sort of these legendary gamesmen, and they just play everything well. In my mind, Killer Ducky is that. Oh, he's also 3 or 4 dan Go player. I think he's at the U.S. Go Congress probably as we speak. Hope he did well. You know, I think he just loves these games. So hope he did well. Anyway, you'll be covering the Nishiyama exam. Okay, I will absolutely look forward to those, especially if you're live streaming. I mean, I'll watch it after, of course, but if you're live streaming too, you know, because I have my routine of how I watch Nishiyama and Satomi games. You know, I have my routine where I often will get the pieces out on the board. I've got my computer running on the engine. I've got the YouTube stream going, and I don't look at the engine until I think I try to guess the next move, and then, you know, see what the engine said, and then now that I know what the engine says, I try to sort of understand. I mean, that's the hard part. It's just to even understand what the heck the engine is trying to even do, and you know, and it's a real fun. I have found it's a real fun way to watch these titles for me. These title matches for me. I can't have, the male games don't get me going as much. You know, for one thing, they're playing things that I do not play and may never play. You know, styles, but also they just think these games are so long. It's like, you know, with no disrespect, it's like, Fuji, dude, you're the greatest player who's ever lived. This is your second move. You don't need to be looking up at the ceiling and drinking your tea and thinking for 15 minutes. This is your second move. You're in prep. Just make the move. Just make the freaking move. The male game kills me. It kills me. The theatrics of their thinking just kills me. Kanto Dragon, yes, then take gold with bishop, then rook drop. Okay, that's what, as I was talking it through, that's what my mind's eye saw. And so awesome. Okay, Magic Based, you think your boy is about a decade old now. Okay. Well, to be fair to me, someone who was young 10 years ago is still young in my eyes. So it's still the youth to me. But point taken. I will not, when I am attempting, you know, when I'm hanging out, you know, with my shirt that says, you know, Rock Band and, you know, greetings fellow kids, I am not going to say ya boy. I am not going to do that anymore. A question for me: if you do a speed run, I can't believe ya boy is 10 years old. If you do a speed run where you're not allowed to move your king, what should the rule be if your only valid move is to move the king? You've got to be able to move the king. You can't resign. That's too hardcore. So the problem with the speed runs, though, is that you get up to your provisional rating so quickly. Like, if you were playing true 3 Qs, 5 Qs, 7 Qs, like if you're starting a new account and you actually had to play legitimate 10 Qs, 6 Qs, 5 Qs, then I'd say no king moves, you resign. Because like, as a strong player, you should have seen 3 moves ahead that you're going to be in this position. So it seems to me like playing with a sitting king, if you're going to challenge yourself by playing a sitting king, you need to be able to read ahead far enough to know when that sitting king is going to be coming under attack, and then you won't be able to defend other than moving. But on the other hand, if you're doing the speedrun on Shogi Wars, you're going to be playing Shodans and Tudans awfully quickly. Just play Czech Shogi. Oh man, it's been a while since I played that Todovsky tournament. That tournament that you scheduled a while ago. That was a lot of fun. Ornolf was in there. Rico was in there. I think we had. I think Night Sparrow might have been in a couple of those games. I think Magic Based. I think you played. That was a fun one. That was a real fun. As a self-professed hater of variants. Also, I noticed that in rewatching the stream from 2 days ago, for about it's so frustrating when you see yourself reuse the wrong word for a long time. I don't know why this word got on my head, but for about half an hour, I was saying variations instead of variants. I was talking about shogi variants, but I kept calling them variations. Rewatching it, it's killing me. It's killing me. But anyway, as a self-professed hater of shogi variants, I really enjoyed that Czech shogi arena. I thought that was really fun. Okay, you've only played the Tori Shogi. Okay, so we played together then in that. We definitely played together in that Tori Shogi arena on Pai Chess. That was also really fun. Night Sparrow was also there. I want to say that Ornolf was also there. I don't remember, but that was a lot of fun. I'm surprised to say that I have not gone back to Tori Shogi since then. I thought I would because I really enjoyed it. And I was very close to ordering the book. There's a Tori Shogi book on Amazon, and I thought I might get it. But then I think cooler heads prevailed, and I realized that I have to focus on shogi because I really want to. Like I've said, I make no bones about it. I really want to get better at shogi. I really want to rank up. I care about my rank. I will admit to being a rank weenie. I care about these things. Even if there's no reason for me to care about it, I just do. There's another tournament tomorrow. Oh, very cool. Well, yeah, the Lee Shogi Hour is so it's right at the period where I'm driving to the East Bay. So I have every Sunday morning I play over the board in East Bay, and tomorrow is a double dip day where I'll be playing over the board in East Bay and then playing over the board in San Francisco at the San Francisco Shogi Club, and that's going to be a long day. That's going to be like 6 to 7, 6 to 8 hours. Not counting travel, 6 to 8 hours probably of playing shogi against some awfully strong players, and I'm really looking forward to it. I would watch an Impasse speedrun. I would mash that like button. I would mash that like and subscribe button. I mean, I've already mashed the subscribe button on I Dream of Shogi. So I'd unmash the subscribe button, and then I'd mash the subscribe button again and mash the like button for an Impasse only speedrun. That would be it is a shame that the speedrun cannot last very long before you get placed with similarly skilled players, because jokes aside, now 100% jokes aside, I think it would be incredibly educational for someone like me to watch, for someone like me to consume. Better players might already know these concepts, but to watch someone of I Dream of Shogi's skill with a plan for Impasse, to implement that Impasse against lower level players, in the same way that when I'm watching over the board, say the U.S. champ is playing a beginner in a handicap game, and I'm watching. I'm watching basically. It's almost like an attempt at an Impasse in some. When there are so few pieces on his side. But even so, those I find very interesting. To have someone of I Dream of Shogi's level with the express intent of bringing the king up the board and obviously talking through these ideas, I think I actually think that would be educational shogi material, and that is not a gimmick. Like that, to me, that would not be a gimmick idea. Like that's a legit good idea for educational content, I think. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be like you're not going to do impasse for a month. It's just like as an educational and fun, as an educational and entertaining stream. That seems to me to be really good. 10 second would make that rough though. 10 second would make that rough because that 10 second means less time for talking. That's the downside to it. So, this might be like this might be the opportunity for a site like Shogi Club 24. Where you create a new account. I don't know, I was going to say I don't know what their policies are for multiple accounts, but I don't know if they have any if they have policies. I don't know if they have anyone monitoring the policies, because Shogi Club 24, is kind of like it feels like very much the Wild West. And the thing, the Ken Gentle, yeah. King Rough could be the username. King Rough for the impasse. Or the username could be the Shogi Club 24 username, impasse U, just capital I, capital U. Just let them know right off the bat that they're going to get impassed. That's like what a chess streamer would do, something like that. But I do think, Shogi Club 24 might be the place for that, where you could play slower games that would allow you to talk. The opponents don't play, especially in the double-digit Q range. The opponents don't play so quickly that that's true. That's true. I Dream of Shogi. The word impasse, yeah. The opponents on the double-digit Q's opponents I play generally play very fast. They're generally very, very much faster than I am. And if you play 1030 or 1560, that's enough time to be explaining ideas, to be chatting with the viewers, and not feel like frantic. So that might, and more importantly, their rating system is not slow, but it's not fast. So you could legitimately start out as I think they call it BG. I think BG is beginner, and go through the ranks. Yes, you might run into a bunch of sandbaggers. You might run into some sandbaggers, but you're good enough that the sandbagging doesn't matter as much. So, for me, going against a sandbagger, like a two dan sandbagger against me is mostly going to beat me. But a 2 dan sandbagger against you is lower than your level. So, you'll be able to, you'll potentially be able to impasse them. But if not, you'll lose. And that's educational too. You were thinking about using Kent Gentle as a sniping account, but you don't have that Sato log avatar. That's the great thing that Shogi Wars does to prevent multi-accounting and sandbagging is that they lock these avatars to your accounts. It's always in the back of my mind. It is to the point where I wonder if they actually use this as justification. But it is in the back of my mind of why they don't let people buy avatars, because then multi-accounting might become a thing. Because what's another, you create you create a second account, and then play it, and then play it, create a second account, buy the avatar that you want. It's just $5. Any more games today? Oh, my apologies. I've been leading people on. I'm embarrassed to say that I just crossed the 4-hour mark on this stream. This was going to be like an hour to 2-hour stream of just playing some games, getting my rank up, and then going off and doing things with my family. This is now 4 hours, 4 hours and 6 minutes. So I think I have to close it up. Everyone's home. I should spend some time. We should do some family stuff on a Saturday, and so thank you for the gentle reminder. So I think I'll close it down. But just in closing, I am very much interested in watching an Impasse speedrun wherever it is, but I think it might be nicely done on Shogi Club 24 or 81 Dojo. I don't know what their policy is on multi accounts, but again, I don't think anyone's at the wheel on 81 Dojo or Shogi Club 24. So thank you, everyone. As always, thank you. I cannot express it, like how appreciative I am for all the help, for all the chat, for all the hanging out, for all just the mutual enjoyment of shogi. It makes everything so fun. I hope you all enjoy your games. Good luck on your games today and in the future. Have a great remainder of the day. To anyone who is in Europe and is going to be playing tomorrow morning, well, I say tomorrow morning. I think it's tomorrow afternoon, your time. I believe it's 5 a.m. my time. So good luck in that Shogi Wars, European tournament. I wish there was a way for me to watch games, to spectate games. I do not see a way. I do not see a way to be able to spectate tournament games for other people. So, it's a shame. I would consider, if I could do it, I would actually consider, even though I have this long day of shogi ahead of me, I would consider like a 5 a.m. Stream. It'd be 5 a.m. my time, 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. stream, just watching the games. But I don't think it's a possibility for me, especially as someone who isn't in Europe, to see these games. It's an unfortunate missing feature on Shogi Wars. I would love to do that. But anyway, for anyone who is competing in that, major luck. I want to hear all the stories. I want to see all the games. And thanks again. Have a great day, everybody. Enjoy your shogi and take care. Bye.